Yeah. Meeting of the Board of Regents at Texas Tech University System is now called to order. I want to welcome everybody to Amarillo. Thank you for being here. Beautiful city and a beautiful day. This community has been very, very good to the Texas Tech University System. And I think it's very appropriate that we be here today to see the great things going on here. So thanks to all of you for making the trip here and for being here today. There's a lot to do in this meeting. We appreciate you being here. The board will now convene an executive session as authorized by sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.073 and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. Anticipate that we'll come back from executive session around 1 o'clock, 1:30 or something like that. So we'll move forward from there. So thank you very much. Board will now reconvene into open session. Thank you all for your patience. There are 2 action items resulting from executive session. Motion number 1, I move that the board grant total project approval and authorize the chancellor or the chancellor's designee to execute the necessary documents to construct the new School of Veterinary Medicine, Mariposa Station facility in Amarillo under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? There's no discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign.
Michael Lewis.
The motion
Is
carries.
now joining.
Thank you. Motion number 2. I move that the board authorize President Lang to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of property in El Paso as identified in executive session under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. There is no action of any kind to be taken on the remaining items posted for and discussed in executive session. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess so that the committee meetings may begin. The meeting of the Board of Regents will reconvene on Friday, February 28th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m. We will now begin with Facilities Committee. The Regents who serve on that committee are Regents Long, who serves as our chair, Regent Griffin, and Regent Hammonds, who is unable to attend today's meeting. Regent Long, please begin with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on December 12th, 2019.
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Billy, please present item number 1.
Mr. Chairman, the first item is at Texas Tech University for athletics. It's the east side. It's to approve a total project budget for the Jones AT&T Stadium east side finish out. We're going to look at a GMP and also some naming opportunities. Again, there's a picture of the east side of Jones Stadium. These are the 2 areas that we're talking about on the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor. So you can see the 3rd floor is just partial. This is, like I said, on the east side in shell spaces. So 2nd floor, we're going to look at this. This is the whole point to this project is to get the coaches and the athletic department out of the south end zone and move them over to this side. So on the 2nd floor, you can see the left side of your plan. That's the AD office. That's where Kirby will be. We also have some event space at the top. Other coaches' office is down at the bottom. That's a little over 16,000 square feet on the 2nd floor. This is on the north side, and you can see it's got IT, the business department, and also compliance and some other things mixed in. On the 3rd floor, this is more media and communications. We've got some break room, a conference area, and it's almost half of that shell space in there, but we'll also have additional shell space in the future if we wanted to do other work in there. We will be putting all the utility infrastructure in place that someday, if we want to finish the 3rd floor, it'll be ready to go. A couple of interior images there, just some renderings that we're kind of looking at, wrapping up. But we also have a couple of areas that we're looking at some naming opportunities. I'm going to have Patrick Kramer come up and talk through those.
Great, thank you. Let's talk about Mr. Whitaker, 1964 graduate of the engineering college, began giving modestly back in 1983 to the Alumni Association. In 2008, the college had his name on it as the Edward E. Whitaker College of Engineering. And we honor Mr. Whitaker with that, with the long-standing support and generosity that he's given to Texas Tech University. His personal giving is over $25 million. Again, strong supporter of the university. As chairman of AT&T, Mr. Whitaker also influenced over $70 million worth of giving from AT&T during his time as that chairman. The athletic department now has secured a very substantial gift from Mr. Whitaker for the East Side Stadium project, and therefore we're presenting this naming opportunity for you.
So the scope of services, Mr. Chairman, is to construct and finish out the second floor and partial third floor, totaling 25,863 square feet of space within the Jones AT&T Stadium East Side building. The finish out will provide office and conference space for the relocation of the athletic staff from Jones AT&T South End Zone building. Finish out includes mechanical, electrical, plumbing infrastructure. And then also, this is a bullet we put up here. Probably won't be on every presentation as we go, but it's going to be a part of the process now. Is a component institution, FP&C, will explore the possibility of incorporating existing and/or surplus furniture, fixtures, and equipment into the project. So that's going to be our standard moving forward. So the project budget, you can see the additional request of $8.68 million, majority of that being in construction for a revised budget of $9.4 million. Mr. Chairman, the recommendation is to approve acceptance of the guaranteed maximum price, GMP, for the construction of Jones AT&T Stadium East Side finish out, increase the budget by $8.68 million for a total project budget of $9.4 million, and amend the construction manager at risk agreement. The increase will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with gift funds. The total project budget includes previously authorized expenditures from institutional funds of $715,000, and to approve the naming of the athletic office, the Ed Whitaker Center for Athletic Administration. That's our recommendation.
Before we move on, Kurt, if you will just clarify, there's no suites being touched. It's all open space, la-di-da-di. If you'll address that.
Yes, sir. There's no suites, no club area on the east side project being touched. The floor plates for this project was put in place in 12 years ago when the east side stadium project was built. It was the idea then that someday all the administration offices would move to the east side. So this executes what that vision was over a decade ago. And really this is a project that sets us up to focus on football. And I would say this is a project that's going to allow us to move forward with our football team facility needs that we've talked about in the past, and it's going to allow us to vacate that south end zone, then to really execute as we move forward what needs to be done for Texas Tech football.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Billy, please present item number 2.
Item 2, Texas Tech University approved concept and authorized expenditures for a new academic science building. We'll call that the ASB as you'll hear us move forward. This is for Design Professional Services Stage 1. There's the proposed project site. It's located in the historical district of our campus. You can see the administration building right there also, so kind of get your bearings where it is. So this is kind of just a concept of what we're looking at. This actually came from the president's office. Dr. Skuvanek has this as his #1 priority. You can see the chemistry building there, and the north and the south wings of the chemistry building are actually different styles of Spanish Renaissance. So on the east facade facing the circle, we kind of spend a little bit more energy on giving the building a better Spanish Renaissance look to fit in with the historical district. And then back on the west side where you can see the academic science building expansion, that would be more for functionality, so it wouldn't be near as elaborate as the east side there. You can see a new parking lot. That's where we have a Quonset hut right now that's going to be taken out, so we can utilize some of that space there. And then you can kind of see the new Science Plaza. That's to tie in and make a connection between the existing science and math quad, so students can go back and forth in there. So it kind of connects over there with the physics department. So the scope of services, Mr. Chairman, is to execute a design professional agreement and authorize Stage 1 services in order to move forward on the project's vision through the programming schematic design phases, provide a statement of probable costs and a project schedule. Project overview. This is based on the executive planning document form that we received from Texas Tech for Noelle Sloan in her office to construct approximately 150,000 to 160,000 gross square feet to include research and teaching lab space for geosciences, physics, chemistry, biology, and psychological sciences. Associated offices, classrooms will be incorporated. Ancillary space to accommodate support of the facility. And then we also have analysis of the site utility infrastructure work that's required, surface parking, landscape enhancement, public art. The 1% will be reviewed by the President's office as we move forward. We'll keep you updated on that. And then the utility connection to the existing TTU tunnel. We'll make the connection. We're not going to extend the tunnel. We'll just have direct buried piping to the new facility. So the project budget is 1.749. You can see the majority of that is the 1.5 million in DP services. So the recommendation is to approve the expenditures of 1.749 million in order to provide planning and design services for the new academic science building with an anticipated project budget of 85 million. Award the design professional agreement, authorize stage 1 services. The expenditures will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with higher education funds.
Are there any questions or comments?
Quick comment. You touched on this, and I'm sorry that Regent Hammond isn't here, but I believe he would be very pleased with what you're planning to do on the east side that faces the circle.
Yes, sir.
And how we'll bring that kind of away from what that was, kind of an 80s era style, that to be more in conformance with our architecture on that campus.
Yes, sir.
I think that will be significant.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Mr. Kramer, please present item number 3.
Thank you. HEB and the Butt family have been supporting higher education in the state of Texas for decades. In November of 2019, HEB announced that it would be opening a store in Lubbock. At that time, the Texas Tech Alumni Association, led by Kurt Langford, then approached HEB for $1 million gift to do the naming of the terrace. This is the rendering that we have that's on the east side of that upper terrace of the new Fraser expansion. So at this time, the recommendation to approve the naming of the terrace at the Fraser Pavilion, the HEB terrace, that's the way it'll look like we saw in that rendering. The donor concurs with the naming of that exterior space, and the signage for that space will be specific to the approved name.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Is there a motion?
Let me make one quick comment. Kurt, could you stand up, please? For one, Kurt Langford, thank you for your leadership with the Alumni Association, and thank you for the Alumni Association, the work that you are doing on things like this. We appreciate that you would come up here today just to be with us and to answer questions related to this.
Honored to be here.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Billy, please present item number 5.
I can do it.
Oh, you're going to do it? Okay. I had Billy then.
Okay. No, I'll do it if y'all don't mind.
Number 4.
Let's talk about Mitchell and Jennifer Wardsman. They're the generous donors, $400,000 to a naming of an interior facility here. Charles H. Feltz Control System Laboratory is what we're talking about here in this south building. Talk a little bit about the family. Mr. Feltz is a 1940s mechanical engineering graduate and a 1967 distinguished engineer. He had an extensive career in aeronautical design and was responsible for planning the direction, development, and fabrication of the Apollo Command Service Module. You may know him already. Figured that you might. Again, very generous contribution by his daughter. And so that's the space that's right there inside the building. So at this point in time, recommendation to approve the naming a laboratory within the Edward E. Whitaker Junior College of Engineering, Mechanical Engineering South Building Rooms 107 and 109, and name it the Charles H. Feltz Control Systems Laboratory. Donor concurs with the naming of this interior space. Signage for the room will specify the approved name.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Billy, please present item number 5.
Mr. Chairman, Texas Tech University Health Science Center, we're seeking approval to authorize expenditures for a new School of Health Professionals Physician Assistant building on the campus of Midland College, moving to DP Stage 2. As a reminder, there's the Odessa campus and Midland College campus. This is the Dorothy and Todd Aaron Medical Science Building, where we already have a presence in that building, but we're seeking to enhance our presence there. And it kind of looks like this. So you can see the existing building and then the proposed expansion in the Dorothy and Todd Aaron Medical Science Building. So the scope of services is to execute professional stage 2 services consisting of design development, construction documents, CA phases, provide a statement of probable costs and project schedule. The proposed project overview. The project will provide an approximate 21,000 gross square foot addition and renovate 8,600 square feet within the existing Dorothy and Todd Aaron Medical Science Building. The addition will include educational classroom spaces. It has a multi-purpose lab also, some ADA testing space, faculty staff offices, support spaces, and gross anatomy lab with specialized mechanical exhaust systems and equipment. The renovation of the space will provide adapt instructional spaces to meet program needs. This might be something from going from a tiered classroom to a flat classroom, changing out the FF&E in there to make it a little bit more friendly in the space and to be able to get more students in there. Conversion of technologies used in current teaching practices, that's just an AVIT update. And then increment increases in current capacity for the cohort sizes, faculty and staff offices, support spaces, and possible future expansions. So the project budget looks like this. The additional request is for $2.47 million. You can see the majority of that is in professional services for a revised budget of $3,066,003. The recommendation is to approve expenditures of $2.47 million for a total of $3 million for a new school of health professionals physician assistant building on the campus of Midland College with an anticipated total project budget of $30 million and authorized design professional stage 2 services. Back in October of 2019, we talked about this project and it was at $20 million, but we've had some great fundraising success. And Kendra, do you want to talk about it? Laura, do you have anything to add to that? Okay. So the increase in the previously authorized expenditures of $592,000 have been funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with legislative appropriation from the 86th Texas Legislature regular session and institutional funds. That's the recommendation, sir.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Billy, please continue with item number 6.
Item 6, Texas Tech University Health Science Center, El Paso, to approve total project budget for the dental oral health clinic in El Paso. As a reminder, you can see in the yellow box, that's the administrative support building that we're putting this project in. Just to look at it from the Rick Francis Street. So this is kind of the plan. So you can, just on the left side of the plan, you can see a drop-off area. That's a new drop-off for patients and students. And it's also got some ADA modifications that are going to take place. The purple longitudinal bar there, that's a sterilization facility. That's new for all the equipment. It's got lab air, vacuum. We got a new generator that we're putting in there. We have a new IT server room for all the patient records. And then if you'll notice down on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th items in the legend, the faculty practice clinic, operatory practice clinic, general practice clinic, those 3 areas will actually house a total of 145 dental chairs. There's some interior images. Some more, that's of the clinic space there. And this would be more like an operatory room, faculty practice area. So the project overview is to renovate 40,562,000 gross square feet of shelf space within the Administrative Support Building, ASB 2, consisting of dental clinic with 145 dental procedure areas, sterilization area, central dispensing area, faculty staff offices with support spaces and public lobby for adults and children, and to expand the utilities and upgrade the life safety systems of the building. Dental clinic equipment to be installed with the intent to be relocated later. The critical component of the project is data capture, transmittal, and storage for patient digital imaging and site work, including ADA improvements and student-patient drop-off. So the project budget looks like this. The additional request is $22.6 million. You've got $15 million in construction and FF&E, mainly the dental equipment, $6.2 million, for a revised budget of the $25 million. So the recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is approve acceptance of the guaranteed maximum price for the construction of the dental oral clinic, increase the budget by $22.6 million for a total project budget of $25 million. Report the project to the Higher Education Board, amend the CM&R agreement, and the total project budget will be funded through the Revenue Finance System, repaid with El Paso Institutional Funds and MPIP, Higher Education Funds, and Woody L. Hunt Dental Medicine appropriation for equipment of $4.2 million. That's the recommendation, sir.
How'd you do the flooring? Took it out?
So, yes, sir. So the flooring, what's in there right now, it's a great question. We looked at maybe cutting trenches in there to get all the piping and the air underneath there. But what we noticed was the flooring was very inconsistent. It was 5 inches here, it could drop down all the way to 3 inches, and it had it had just some mesh in there, like the 4x4 mesh, like you would in a sidewalk. And a lot of that had gone down, like it sometimes does when they place that, it had gone down to the bottom. So these chairs with a person in it are rated for 1,000 pounds each. And so we figured 145,000 pounds, and instead of cutting trenching in there, the contractor said it'd be cheaper and more efficient to go in and take out the flooring where the chairs are. They're going to come back with a 5-inch slab with rebar and put all the equipment in there.
So you jackhammered the floor?
Well, yes, sir. We'll put a bobcat in there with a jackhammer and haul it out a lot faster than we can cut trenching in there. Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Billy, continue with item number 7.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to touch on a few projects. I know we're short on time, but I just wanted to give everyone an update on the USDA cotton classing facility we've talked about, located west of the Rawls Golf on the Texas Tech campus. The contractor selection process is underway. That process is managed by the federal government, and FP&C will assist with project management services and construction observance. That's based on a co-op agreement that we have with the federal government. So hopefully we'll get this thing going in the near future. You can see construction starting. We should have a contractor selected here pretty quick. The other thing I wanted to just kind of give you a little update on is the dairy barn, which everybody's always asking about. This is on the second floor looking east. You can see we started laying the new flooring in there. We had to do a lot of structural remediation. You can see on the outside wall some of that cribbing that we've put in there. We've also strengthened some of the other supports that are up there, but that's the new floor. That's where the future event space is going to be. That'll house, I think, about 100. This is some of the restoration work on the windows. The existing windows were built out of white pine, and they didn't do very well when we're taking them out, and they weren't going to last very long. So we're actually rebuilding the windows to match the existing profiles, and we're going to do that out of mahogany. We will leave a couple of the existing ones in there after they rebuilt, and that'll be viewed from the outside, but not necessarily from the inside. It'll be like in some mechanical room spaces, so the windows are underway. Some new floor slab that we've got placed there. You'll notice in the middle, that's that area that we're saving that's got the indented floor where the cows were milked, but we're putting our concrete down. And as with any project that's built in this area, we have lots of unforeseen conditions and surprises. You can see we found some concrete vaults there, and we found some piping and all kinds of neat treasures as we've moved along there. But the project's taking place, still looking at an August finish. There's a little bit of money that moved mainly for material testing and SWIP. The other project, and right now in our back door, is the School of Veterinary Medicine. We started this project, if you remember, back on December 16, 2019. Had a couple of weather days, had some snow, got in our way. But you can see that we got a big hole out there, and we're starting to import dirt. As you can see some of those pictures, I think that one's looking south, and that one's looking southeast. So far, we've exported over 90,000 cubic yards of dirt. That's about 5,000 truckloads. And while we're having to get it out of there, the existing soil condition from the geotech report, the soil wasn't in good condition. And so the option was to take the soil out, mix it with water, try to get it back to the right, parameters. And during winter, that's a little bit tough mixing water. So they actually found another place, and you can see it from standing there, that the soil was really good. So basically what they're doing is they're picking that soil up, bringing it over here, piling our old soil up, and at the end they'll have a big hole. They're just going to shove it in there. So we're just swapping dirt with one of our neighbors. So it's turned out really nicely. So anyway, we're making great progress. I think it's... one side's coming up very nicely. We've got about 7 foot of fill to put back in on one side, but Western Builder's doing a great job. And that's my report, unless somebody has a question.
Billy, the Regents that toured this morning got an unfortunate and lengthy outline of how this process works. So,
And who was that from?
I
You're not
can't
gonna
say,
say?
but Mr. Steinmetz claims he could give that report now.
Okay. But anyway, it's moving along nicely.
Not quite as eloquent as you, sir.
Oh, I
Thank you.
see. Never mind.
Thank you, Billy, for that report. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Regent Long. Next is the Finance and Administration Committee. The regents who serve on that committee are Regent Walker, who serves as chair, Regent Long, and Regent Womble. Regent Walker, please continue with the Finance and Administration Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance and Administration Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on December 12th, 2019.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Harkey, please begin with the presentation of item 1.
This item is to approve a contract amendment to provide additional software and services to an existing contract that we have with Allscripts Healthcare LLC. The Amarillo School of Medicine currently uses Allscripts for the electronic health record system here, and yet they use the GE Centricity for the patient billing system. So this contract is for a bundled solution that includes continuance of the electronic health record system, and it also includes a hosted practice management system along with revenue cycle management services. So basically, what that means is from the time that a doctor sees a patient in the clinic, they will enter the data into the electronic health record system, and then it will be involved in the billing and the collection of the funding related to that. Over the next 2 years, the electronic health record system that we have will require 2 upgrades totaling $500,000. So that was going to be a cost that we were going to have to incur regardless, but those costs are included in this bundle that we are proposing today. The cost is based on a percent of net collections of 5.71%, and for that will be about $1.3 to $1.4 million a year. It's an annual increase of approximately $825,000, but again, it includes many more services and the overall enterprise level system. There's an offsetting guaranteed revenue increase of approximately $500,000 that will offset that increased cost due to the revenue cycle management services and the patient engagement services. So I do want to recognize that the Amarillo team is here. They've been working diligently on this to get this contract ready and negotiating through the contract process.
Any questions? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
Second.
Motion passes. Ms. Harkey, please continue with item 2.
Item 2 is to authorize the president to execute a lease with International Bank of Commerce. Our managed care division, which has the TDCJ contract, and they also provide the health care for other correctional facilities in the area. Obviously, most of their work goes on within those entities, but they have administrative needs for Dr. Jumper and her team, and so they currently lease space on the West Loop, and this is a change in the lease. That space, they've outgrown that space due to the functions that they are preparing. So we provided an RFP, and this lease is for 17,127 square feet. Proposed by the International Bank of Commerce, located at 1215 Avenue J, It has an initial term of 4 years and 2 additional option years at our unilateral option to exercise. The contract may not be terminated without cause for the initial 4-year term, and that's the reason that you have this contract before you to be approved. The annual rent for this lease is $325,000, but it's only $19 a square foot compared to the average of $24.23 per square foot of the space that they are currently leasing. But this provides them with an additional 10,590 square foot that they need for their operations.
Questions? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Dr. Rice Spearman, please present item 3.
This item is to seek approval of an agreement with the Midland Development Corporation and the City of Midland. The agreement provides up to $5 million over a period of 3 years to support the HSC School of Health Professions Physician Assistant Studies program at its regional campus in Midland. The agreement will be effective through December 31st, 2023. Prior to receiving the funding, the HSC must complete certain conditions, specifically providing a letter from the Board of Regents approving expansion of the physician assistant program and the existing program facility located at 3600 North Garfield Street, Midland, Texas, on the Midland College campus. And 2, the HSC must obtain an additional $25 million in separate funding for construction and improvements of the facility prior to receipt of any MDC funding. As you're aware, we've already received $20 million of the required $25 million funds from the last legislative session. As Kendra reported, we've received commitment of another $2.5 million, and we have another $2.5 million ask out to area foundations.
Questions? I'd entertain a motion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Mr. Barnes, please present item 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 4 is an annual update on our bond portfolio and credit rating. I'm pleased to tell you that Tuesday of this week, S&P did their rating update on the Texas Tech University system. Christina is passing that report out to you. They've affirmed our AA+ stable rating. So quite an accomplishment, and we're very pleased to be able to provide that to you at this meeting. Currently, we have a little over $744 million in outstanding debt. On this slide, it provides the different amounts and percentages by the component institutions, their various funding source, and taxable versus non-taxable. Just as reference, in the middle pie chart, other includes TRIP, gift funding, and student fees. I think it's important to look at our outstanding debt in our general academic institutions versus the Health Science Center. You can see on the left side of the chart, Texas Tech University, tuition revenue bonds at 24%, HEAF at 2%, and the different funding sources represented in that pie chart. Again, the other would include TRIP, gift funds, particularly for the USA and for the West Side Stadium. Angelo State University, you can see the majority of their outstanding debt is with housing. You contrast that with our health science centers. Obviously, they don't have athletic programs, they don't have student housing, food service, so the majority of their debt is from tuition revenue bonds. If you look at El Paso, the other, that is the Hunt money for the School of Nursing. If you look at our outstanding debt balance amortized by the series and over the life of those debts, currently our annual payment is a little over $109 million. Principal is a little over $82 million. Interest is about $27 million. Again, this slide will be updated, but they've affirmed our AA+ rating from S&P. I think it's interesting to note in their comments the strengths of the system, and I think also the weaknesses. Just it's interesting on their perspective. The student characteristic that they reference there has to do with our student SAT score, ACT scores, applicants versus those that actually enrolled, admission, matriculation from freshman to sophomore, sophomore to junior, and et cetera, and graduation rates. The other weakness is interesting, again, from the national perspective, is our geographic draw. As you look at the same information from Moody's, I'll call your attention to that last line on the weaknesses. Both of the rating agencies have indicated a weakness that we enroll 93% of our students from Texas institution. I believe that's what the legislature wants us to do, so we think that's a strength and not a weakness. You can see how our ratings have increased over the number of years, and again, we'll update this one with the information that we just got. I think this is also interesting to note that the 6 key financial indices that Moody uses, you can see the Texas Tech University system in the middle column, and I've highlighted the ones that we are number 1 and number 2 of all the state systems in Texas. Overall, we rank number 2, only below Texas, University of Texas system. The limiting factor, while we don't have the superior rating, it just has to do with size and dollars and enrollments. And I think this is extremely valuable information. We're really in good company. We're one of only 3 institutions in Texas that are rated in the top 2 tiers in Moody category. And you can see the other AAA and AA ratings with the other universities, so we're really in good company there. We've talked about some of the construction projects that we have underway. We do intend to go out to the market for additional bond issue, new bonds of about $258 million, refinancing of a little less than $100 million. It's very interesting in the S&P ratings that were just passed out, they've included our anticipated additional bond ratings already. So even with the additional bond ratings, they're still rated AA+. So discussion.
Do you have an indication of what kind of rates? It's got to be very good right now. For
Less than 3%.
Wow. Okay.
That's my report, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Gary? Excellent report, and congratulations on continuing to get the AA+ rating.
Thank you,
Gary, it's
Mr.
easy
Chairman.
to go through that really quick and not give you the credit, and for us not to celebrate where we sit. There's a lot of diligence that goes into sitting where we sit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think perhaps in light of recent news, this is one of the biggest values of being part of the system, is collectively we have one of the superior ratings, and I just think as a system we benefit from that.
Sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to continue with the next agenda item on our annual financial report. This is the combined annual financial report. This is our time schedule, and I just want to give a little disclaimer. The state comptroller has not issued and certified this particular annual financial report. They're scheduled to do that tomorrow. We'll see how that comes out, but they have not provided any information to us that they're going to change any of our numbers. If you look at several years comparison on our expenses, our net revenues, a little over $2 billion for FY19, about a 3% increase. Our expenditures, and I need to talk just a little bit about this. This is a detailed accounting transaction, but it does have a pretty significant effect. If you look at the salaries and wages under expenses, this includes $137 million non-cash transaction of what they call OPEB, which is other post-employment benefits. This is an accounting treatment as a result of GASB 74 and 75 that have been around for a long time, but the difference is now they have been held at the state level, and they are now required to push that accrued liability, which is the 30-year accrual liability, down to the institutional state agencies. So all the universities and state agencies in Texas are going through the same transition. This is the 3rd year that the state comptroller has changed the methodology and how they allocated that. So our salary and wage benefits is $137 million increase in what it would normally be. Factoring that out, we would have about a 3% increase in our salary line. That also factors into the total expenses with, again, $137 million additional expenses, and certainly has an effect on our net position. What looks like it would be a negative, and it does show an accounting transaction where we did decrease our net position. Without the OPEB factor, it would be $3.1 billion, which is about a 3% increase. Fortunately, the rating agencies understand Texas and how they treat OPEB, so that's again why they have not factored that reduction into their ratings. If we look at the particular revenue for FY19 as source, you can see our biggest revenue source is state legislative appropriations. Tuition and fees is next with 21%, and grants and contracts at 20%, and the rest of the revenue sources are detailed. The expenses are being an educational institution. This is in line with what our peers are, is about 65%. Again, the OPEB is included in that number. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we look at the impact on our overall fund balance. This is a key indicator. This is the DECUBO expenditures broken down by function. This is one of those peer comparisons, and we're right in line with our peers. Instruction has the highest expenditure. I've provided some definitions there. Instruction includes faculty salaries, academic administrative departments, office supplies for those departments. Academic support, library, academic computing, central academic administration. You can see the other breakdown in our expenses by NACUBO function. I also think it's important to point out about middle of the page, institutional support, that is general administration, that's executive management, legal, financial operations at 7%. We are third lowest in the state, only behind A&M and UT. If you look at a trend analysis, visually you can see that our revenue sources have not materially changed for the last 5 years. Same with regards to the expenditures. Again, I will point out FY19, it does include the OPEB. Factoring out the OPEB, we would be at 63%, which has been our history for the last several years. Talk just a little bit our net position. We're pretty good where we have been, except for the unrestricted. The cumulative effect of OPEB on the unrestricted amount to date, and this has been over now probably 6 years with regards to the treatment of OPEB, is $678 million. When you factor that $678 million of the cumulative OPEB, then we have a positive position of $519 million, which is about four months operating reserve. So that's our target. Well, I think the rating agencies understand OPEB because Texas is a pay-as-you-go state. They appropriate funding for the retiree insurance every year during the annual appropriation process, but there is an accumulative accounting effect for the OPEB. That concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Administration Committee.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more report. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So, again, this is just our annual update on our endowments. Just as reference, endowments are invested and treated differently than current donations. They are invested for perpetuity. Our strategy is to provide long-term growth so that we can continue with those earnings and fulfill the donor's wishes. This is just the trend line on our endowments. I will point out that FY19 has a decrease over FY18, but you can see volatility in the market that has occurred over the last 20 years. So it's nothing new, but particularly we had, as you all know, poor performance for FY19. We distributed $56 million in our distribution policy. We had additions of about $38 million, so that did combination net reduction of $26 million in the value. Most of that value is unrealized and will be made up as the market changes over the years. think it's also important to understand just a little bit, including that $1.3 billion, 1.1 billion direct from donors, and 15% or 192 million as a result of the investment strategy. I think that figure is important as we talk about the distributions as a result of those endowment funds. But the endowment funds include by agencies, and you can see the Texas Tech Foundation at 44%, the largest single agency that makes up our endowment funds in our LTIF. Texas Tech University, Carr Foundation, might just mention a little bit of the funds held by trust. 52% of that is the tobacco funds, which are held and invested in Austin. The other is Health Science Center funds invested at UMC, Covenant, and the Amarillo Area Foundation. So when you look at the $1.3 billion endowment, you look at the agencies that include that, then you look at the benefit by component. So Texas Tech University is the bigger benefit of the agencies that invest their funds with us at 58%. This slide to me is the slide that keeps on giving. This is the result of our donors' investment. We have distributed more than $619 million in earnings. Again, if you couple that with the residual increase in the investment strategy of $191 million, over $810 million has been distributed or added back to our endowment in the last 20 years. This is the result of the direction by our donors. 46% of the endowment funds have been directed by the donors toward scholarships and fellowships. You can see of the breakdown: faculty chairs, salaries, academic support, research, and other. And again, as you look at the distribution by component, Texas Tech University 57%, ASU including the card 20%, and then you can see the health science centers. I also want to give just a very, very brief summary. I know that you have received from the investment office the annual reports through December 31st, but I wanted to put in context because in February this month, our NACUBO has released their annual study on their endowment. So I wanted to give this information to you for the 1, 3, 5, and 10 years. Red is the Texas Tech University system. Blue is our peer, and our peer would be the $750 million to $1.5 billion endowment. But you can see how we have compared over the last 10 years with regards to our peer group. And then, since there are a lot of dates that are now floating around with regards to our investment returns and performance, again, 6/30 is the NACUBO period, so you can see our 1, 3, 5, and 10 year. 8/31 is what was reported at the board meeting, the 0.18% for this last current fiscal year, and then the 3, 5, and 10 years. Then the information that was provided to you by the investment office with the returns through 12/31. You can see the 1 year now is at 10.92%, and the rest for the 3, 5, and 10 years.
Mary, go back to that slide for a second. You know, if you look at that slide, what that tells us is there's tremendous amounts of volatility in the marketplace and certainly in our portfolio and how we have things structured. So
Yes.
There has been, I don't want to just walk through that and not comment on it. There has been a lot of conversation, and there continues to be a lot of conversations on how our long-term investment fund is structured, how it's focused, and how we try to stabilize the volatility. That's clearly, if we could all do that in this room, we would be fairly magical. And so I think it's not a simple formula, but I think there's work to be done.
Yes, sir.
In this area. I think that's the fairest way to say it. So.
Well, at the same time, I'll add to what you said, Mr. Chairman. There's somewhere between 1.7 and $2 trillion that have been lost in the market over the last 30 days. I don't have any updated report on how that's impacted this. Clearly, it's, if it's impacted the market that much, it has some impact.
No doubt. Yes, sir.
Do you have any,
In visiting with the investment office this week in preparation for this, it is down, but they don't have a calculation yet on what the full impact is until they get that information from all the investment managers. But no doubt that it has impacted it and it will be down.
okay, could you call me when you get that information?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Administration Committee.
Thank you, Regent Walker. Next, the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. The regents who serve on that committee are Regent Steinmetz, who serves as chair, Regent Carrick, Regent Walker, and Student Regent Lewis. Regent Steinmetz, please continue with the ACS committee meetings.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on December 12th, 2019.
So moved.
Motion, is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Topliff, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs with the Board that the Board of Regents approve the changes of academic rank for the faculty listed below, those 7 faculty that would take effect with the 2020-2021 academic year. Those members whose names appear have been judged by the appropriate department and college committees and administrative personnel as worthy of the promotions for which they have been recommended. Procedure used in recommending members for these promotions has been carefully followed.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments regarding this matter? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Topliff, please begin with item number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure to the 9 faculty listed below. Those appointments would take effect with the 2020-21 academic year. The members of the faculty have been are granted tenure under the provisions of the tenure policy, which has been approved by this board. The appropriate reviewing committees and administrative personnel have judged those members of the faculty whose names appear as worthy of academic tenure. The procedure established in the tenure policy for the awarding of tenure to qualified members of the faculty has been carefully followed. Approval of these individuals brings the total number of full-time tenured faculty at Angelo State University to 156. There are a total of 218 faculty that are either tenured or tenure track. And after these appointments, the percentage of tenure track faculty who have been awarded tenure will be at 69%.
Thank you, sir, for including the overall percentage. Are there any questions or comments regarding this matter? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Topliff, item number 3, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the granting of tenure to the faculty member listed below concurrently with his appointment. Dr. Russell Kalk is a new associate professor in the Department of Accounting, Economics, and Finance in the Norris Vincent College of Business, effective of January 2020. Faculty member has been judged by the appropriate committees and administrative personnel as worthy of academic tenure and appointment as associate professor, as outlined in OP 0623, Tenure and Promotion Standards and Procedures, and those procedures have been carefully followed.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions regarding this matter? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Dr. Gallion, please present item number 4. Thank you, Dr. Topliff.
Thank you, Regent Steinmetz. Item number 4 is a request to approve changes in academic rank for a total of 31 faculty members. I believe there are 5 faculty members in this group who are professors of practice that are moving from the assistant to the associate rank. The remainder would be people who are moving from the associate to the professor rank. We have followed procedures for reviewing the credentials of these faculty members in OP 32.01 through the department, college, and up to the Office of the Provost with final recommendation by the President.
you, Dr. Dean Gallion. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Dean Gallion, item number 5, please.
Item number 5 is a request for approval of changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure. The 37 faculty members who are listed in your documentation were judged, as with the previous group, according to our established procedures at the department, college, and upper administration levels. All of these people are moving from the rank of assistant professor to associate professor with tenure. The total number of tenured and tenure track faculty at our university is just a little over 1,100. Together, tenured and tenure track faculty represent about 63% of all of our faculty, and both full and part-time, and 71% of full-time faculty.
Thank you, sir. Are there any comments? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Gallion, please continue with item number 6.
Item number 6 is a request to approve the granting of tenure to the 6 faculty members who are listed in your documents. 2 of these faculty members are current faculty members. They were hired and have been performing their duties at Texas Tech without tenure, and we're now have gone through the process of evaluating their credentials and are requesting the granting of tenure. The other 4 are people we are hiring into new positions and are requesting approval of tenure based on their previous academic credentials. 2 of these are from the new School of Veterinary Medicine, who have been hired into administrative roles. One is from chemistry, and one is a new professor at the School of Law.
Thank you. Any questions regarding this matter? Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Gallion, item number 7.
Item 7, Regents Steinmetz, is a request to approve the designation of Paul Whitfield Horn Professor to a faculty member. Professor Dr. William Gardner III is the Jerry S. Rawls Chair in Leadership. He's the director of the Institute for Leadership Research, professor of management in the area of management in the Rawls College of Business. Dr. Gardner joined our faculty in 2005. He is a highly influential scholar in the field of leadership. Bill is a person who has a rare case of 4 to 5 papers that have been cited over 2,000 times, which is extremely rare. He is a very well-recognized scholar, recognized as a highly cited researcher, and in addition to that, has provided remarkable service to his profession as editor-in-chief of his professional journal and also editorial duties in other journals. He's been very active in the education of doctoral students. Bill is, I believe, as a Horn professor myself, an excellent example of what Horn professors are supposed to be about. So I'm very pleased to provide this recommendation to you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other comments, questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Dr. Gallion, please present item number 8.
Item number 8 is a request to submit a new program to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. And then if that is approved by the coordinating board, we would subsequently submit that as a new degree program to SAC-COC. This is a really neat program, I think. The Bachelor of Applied Arts in Commercial Music is a very unique program. It's a program in which we will be working with South Plains College. They currently, as many of you know, have an Associate of Arts degree in commercial music with many students who've gone into the music business in various ways, both technical ways as well as performing. This degree will allow these students to remain in the area and go on and apply their credits that they've received at South Plains College in their applied music program to a bachelor's degree within the J.T. and Margaret Talkington College of Visual and Performing Arts. We expect, well, this really is a unique program. There are a couple of programs in the state of Texas in commercial music, but none which are partnership kind of programs like this one, where we are working with a community college to come up with a program where these students can achieve a bachelor's degree. The current number of students coming out of South Plains, as you can see from the documentation, is somewhere in the range of about 15, a dozen to 15 students a year who are enrolled in this program. So it's not going to be a large program necessarily, but we expect that we'll have about 15 students in the program by year 5. It's a program that is basically funded through reallocation of existing resources and personnel, and we think, based on budgeting, that it will provide a good return on the investment. So that's our recommendation for that program.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments?
I'm not on the committee, Dr. Gallion, but this looks like a win-win for South Plains.
Yeah.
It really helps complete the journey for those students, and for Texas Tech, it just adds another dimension to what that program's doing.
Yeah, I appreciate that, sir. I was telling someone this morning, for years I've heard people have asked me, why don't we work with South Plains on that music program they have? And so I'm really pleased that we are doing that. I think it truly is a win-win, as you've said. Thank you.
Our motion to approve as presented.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion carries. Thank you, sir. Dr. Rice Spearman, would you please present item number 9?
Yes, Chairman. This recommendation is to approve the change in academic rank for the 25 faculty members listed. Those members of the faculty whose names appear have been judged by the appropriate departmental and collegiate committees and administrative personnel as worthy of the promotions for which they have been recommended. The procedure used in recommending members of the faculty for promotion has been followed carefully.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any questions or comments regarding this matter? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, the motion carries. Dr. Rice Spearman, if you would, please, number 10.
This item is to recommend approval for change in academic rank and granting tenure for the 5 individuals listed. Those members of the faculty whose names appear on the above list have been judged by the appropriate departmental and collegiate committees and administrative personnel as worthy of promotion and granting of tenure for which they have been recommended. The procedure used in recommending members of the faculty for promotion and tenure has been followed carefully. Approval of tenure at the Board of Regents meeting for these individuals and the individuals listed on the forthcoming pages brings the number of tenured faculty in all academic schools of the Health Sciences Center to a total of 156. There are a total of 216 either in tenure track or tenured positions. After these appointments, the percentage of tenured track faculty who have been awarded tenure will be approximately 72%. The number of faculty that is non-tenure track is 552.
Thank you for providing those numbers. Is there any questions? Hearing none, motion or approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Dr. Rice Spearman, number 11.
Our last recommendation for the day is granting of tenure. These individuals already hold either the associate or the professor level. They have been vetted through the various committees throughout our university. And as mentioned before, this will bring our total tenured faculty to 156, and the numbers do not change as previously reported.
Is there a motion to approve as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Dr. Lang, please
Yes.
take us away.
Thank you, Chairman. And Regents asking for approval for the change in academic rank for the 11 individuals listed, 2 from associate to full professor, and 9 from assistant to associate professor. As with my colleagues, the members of these faculty member names who appear on the above list have been judged by the appropriate departmental and collegiate committees and administrative personnel as worthy of the promotions for which they've been recommended, and the procedures used in recommending them have been followed very carefully.
Thank you, sir. Questions or motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Dr. Lang, number 13.
And saving the very best for last, we're asking for, I'm asking for approval for a change in rank and granting of tenure to the individual listed. We have 53 of our faculty that are on the tenure track. This brings the granting of tenure to number 36, or about 68%. And about 22% of all our faculty are on the tenure track.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations to all those that receive the tenure and the Warren Professorship. I know this is a special day for them. And but with that, Mr. Chairman, concludes the report.
Taking a deep breath there. Like we were on a marathon there. Thank you, Regent Steinmetz. Our last committee meeting for today is the Audit Committee. The regents that serve on that committee are Regent Hammonds, who serves as our chair, Regent Carrick, and Regent Womble. As mentioned earlier, Regent Hammonds was unable to attend today's meeting. Regent Hammond's absence, I've asked Regent Carrick to serve as the chair. Regent Carrick, please begin with the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Audit Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on December 12th, 2019.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, Mrs. Turner, please present item number 1.
Thank you. You probably noticed that a number of the reports in our board book this time are the result of external audits or externally mandated audits. Those typically fall in the winter time period, so you see a lot of those each February in our board report. I'm not going to comment on any in particular, just in the interest of time, but I will answer any questions that y'all have about any of the reports in the book. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kim, for that report. The committee will now convene in executive session as authorized by sections 551.071, and .076 of the Texas Government Code. And we will move to the conference room for this portion of the committee meeting. The board will reconvene into open session. There are no actions to consider from executive session. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Regent Carrick. You did a very good job. We'll let the chairman know that you did a very good job with that. So the board will now convene into executive session as authorized by sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. I anticipate that we'll be in around an hour or so. When we come back out, we'll be adjourning for the day. We will not be taking any action when we come out of executive session.
So other than the president,
Please.
everybody else?
Please. As far as I'm concerned, the president's.
So other than the president, everybody else can head out to the hotel.
Yep.
Ready for the evening.
Yep. Thank you very much. Yeah. All we're going to do is come back out and adjourn for the day. So no action. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate y'all staying around. Those of you that did. We've had a very productive meeting today, and as a reminder, the meeting of the Board of Regents will reconvene tomorrow, Friday, February 28, 2020, at 8:30 a.m. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Do you see Martha Brown back there?
Yes.
She hung in there.
A woman that knows everything about the state.
And she stayed. She stayed.
This is why.
And she knows more than she needs to about one particular region, too. I just say yes, ma'am, to her and keep moving.
The queen of keeping it to herself.
Yeah, but she's the pride of Brownfield, Texas. No doubt about it.